serio tira sul suo conto. E il ring facile, sta tutto qui. Una tipa con un anello low, ecco chi la cercano. Ridono, abbiamo rotto il giocattolo. Lei c'è rimasta male, scappa via come un folletto. Tutti si prendono un pezzo del tesoro, ma tu sei un eroe e dici no, non è un bel lavoro. Vai a raccogliere i cocci, fai bravo cavaliere, ma alla fine lei ti guarda e dice non lo voglio più davvero, e manda il suo ragazzo a prenderti a cazzotti. E tu pensi che questi merda, meglio i biscotti. Molto meglio. Ma il Vaiso conosce tutto, ogni lore è suo. Non sbaglia mai, le sa tutte, giura una magia. Da Elden Ring a Monster Hunter nulla gli sfugge mai. Come al Vaiso è sicuro, la verità la scoprirai. Monster Hunter, facile, te lo dico io. Ci sono sti mostri, vivono lì tranquilli. Dio mio, arriva la città proprio sopra casa loro e fanno oddio i mostri. Mandate cacciatori in collo, uccidono, li sventono, prendono la pelle e via. Si fanno anni nuovi e la famiglia va in agonia. Picchi parenti con le ossa dello zio. È un casino ragazzi, non ci vado neanch'io. Ma già ti rendete conto di quanto è folle sta storia. I mostri si fanno i fatti loro e noi li mettiamo in gloria. No ma dai, troppo assurdo, stacco tutto qua. Buonanotte, ciao, io vado nel malamondo, ciao. Ma il Vaiso conosce tutto, ogni lore è sua. Non sbaglia mai, le sa tutte, giura una magia. Da Elden Ring a Monster Hunter nulla gli sfugge mai. Come al Vaiso è sicuro, la verità la scoprirai. Del PC si alza e se ne va. Ciao ciao, nel suo eremitaggio dove nessuno lo vedrà. Nessuno. Domani tornerà con altre strane storie. Per ora dorme tranquillo nei suoi mondi e nelle sue glorie. Ma il Vaiso l'eremita conosce ogni lore. Ma poi si stufa e dice basta, che noia, chiudo il portone. Dormire nel suo mondo dove è tutto un po' strano. Ma domani tornerà con altre storie in mano. Ma dove sono c'è clip, il pubblico esulta. Ma quando arriva il tizio sembra una buona cosa. Chiesto tizio, tutti chiedono al conservo lei. Non vedono il vero, si perdono le nuove. Fa il tifo, ma il tizio delle clip resta sempre il favorito. Che sia uno scherzo, un gioco, è tutto un gran casino. Il tizio delle clip è solo un mito, bizzarro e fino. Il tizio delle clip è solo un mito, bizzarro e fino. Tizio delle clip che è questo strano tipo. Ma il Vaiso si incazza, sono io, non è un mito. Non c'è nessun tizio, solo io a farvi ridere. Raccontinano dove sta il nostro idolo. Tizio delle clip che è questo strano tipo. Ma il Vaiso si incazza, sono io, non è un mito. Non c'è nessun tizio, sono io a farvi ridere. Ma il fuoco tiro, dove sta il nostro idolo? Ogni clip che manda un vero capolavoro. Ma il tizio delle clip è solo un bufalo. Non c'è nessun artista, solo io, niente trucco. E vedi niente, tizio delle clip è solo scherzo, un po' stanco. Tizio delle clip, che è questo strano tipo. Ma adesso si incazza, sono io, non è un mito. Non c'è nessun tizio, sono io a farvi ridere. Ma il fango tiro, dove sta il nostro idolo? Ma il Vaiso è vero, il nome che brilla. Il tizio delle clip è solo la panza da spallare. Guardate che sono io, non c'è nulla di segreto. Il resto è solo un gioco, un intrigo perfetto. accendo la cam, si inizia il dissing. La chat è piena, siamo già nel chilling. Just chatting. E per chi non sa fare due cose insieme, se parli e basta, forse manchi di creatività estreme. Rido di gusto ma la battuta è pesante. Tranquilli, scherzavo, non fate le piante. La chat si accende, c'è chi ride e chi rimane. Io continuo a giocare, le parole come lame. Ridi anche tu, dai non fare l'offeso. Ogni battuta un po' di sale sull'incompreso. Scherzo e scherzo è solo un passaggio, ma sotto il sorriso forse è un messaggio. Harry Potter, ma che un mago incapace è davvero. A rivista sociale con un futuro raccomandato. Con quella bacchetta fa solo dei guai. Altro che magia, sembra un clown dei Atenei. Rido di nuovo ma dai sto scherzando. Non fatti seri, sto solo giocando. La chat si agita ma io resto sul tema. Ogni parola una freccia ma poi mi tiro la crema. Ridi anche tu, dai non fare l'offeso. Ogni battuta un po' di sale sull'incompreso. Scherzo e scherzo è solo un passaggio, ma sotto il sorriso forse è un messaggio. Ma davvero lo chiamate un gioco? Pensavo fosse una truffa tipo un finto accrocco. Rido di gusto, ragazzi scherzavo, forse no. Non fate gli offesi, lo sapete, stavo improvvisando. Ogni stream è così, un mix di parole che sanno di scherzo ma lasciano briciole. Ridi anche tu, dai non fare l'offeso. Ogni battuta un po' di sale sull'incompreso. Scherzo e scherzo è solo un passaggio, ma sotto il sorriso forse è un messaggio. Chiudo la stream con un'ultima risata. Anzi scherzavo, non fate la faccia appiccicata. Mani si torna, si ride, si gioca. Ma ricordate, a volte il riso nasconde una foca. Chiudo la stream con un'ultima risata. Ragazzi scherzavo, non fate la faccia appiccicata. Domani si torna, si ride, si gioca. Ma ricordate, a volte il riso nasconde una foca. C'è un tipo che in va di fargli ridere a metà. Lo chiamano malfisso, malvo, mal come fa. Con fetture e barzellette fa sempre lo show. Vanno tutti in chat, trovano divertente il flow. Proprio no. Malfaiso, racconta senza fine. Lasciarsi divide tra sorrisi e sbelleffi. Divine. Mosso vive che inizia a inalberare. Sto preparando una ciabatta pronta a volare. Un giorno in diretta ne racconta valanga. La chat si ribella, qualcuno sbadiglia e si stanga. Ma lui non si ferma, continua imperterrito. Con fetture a raffica il suo cuore è davvero libero. Malfaiso, racconta senza fine. Lasciarsi divide tra sorrisi e sbelleffi. Divine. Occhio vive che inizia a inalberare. Sto preparando una ciabatta pronta a popolare. Vive lo guarda, il sorriso si spegne. Adesso basta, sussurra e la tensione cresce. Prende la mira con grazia e precisione. Una ciabatta su persone che la chat fa un'ovazione. La ciabatta vola, silenzio nella stanza.
Ma salve a tutti, buongiornissimo e ben arrivati. Buongiorno Doma, buongiorno Marco, buongiorno Espressione, buongiorno Magita, buongiorno Harlock, buongiorno Ib, buongiorno Palude, buongiorno Bjorn, buongiorno Sein, buongiorno Punk. Eccoci! Siamo pronti? No, non so cosa aspettarmi, chat, quindi scopriremo tutto quanto insieme. Capitolo 1, l'eroe e la principessa.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Vabbè, e fino a qua, chat. È tutto chiaro.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Vabbè, e che problema c'è? Entriamo e uccidiamo, chat. E finirà, di cosa parli? Hai mai pensato che forse l'unica ragione per cui causerà la fine del mondo è proprio perché si trova rinchiusa? Uccidere una principessa sembra un'azione malvagia, non trovi? Non può farlo qualcun altro. Non può farlo qualcun altro, è stupendo. Scordatelo, non intendo farlo. Hai considerato il fatto che a me potrebbe andare bene che il mondo finisca? Riceverò una qualche ricompensa per il mio aiuto? Ma questa non è male. No, ok, grazie che mi dici cosa fare. Grandioso, ho sempre voluto uccidere un monarca. Viva la rivoluzione. Prosegui in silenzio. No, grandioso, ho sempre voluto uccidere un monarca. Viva la rivoluzione, chat. Vai.
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Ha!
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Entriamo nella cava. Che cos'è questo, chat? Cronologia, ok. Qui c'è il salvataggio e qua ci sono le opzioni, ok. Entriamo.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Che poi, scusate, ma qualcuno l'avrà rinchiusa la principessa qua dentro e non la poteva uccidere lui?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Prendo la lama.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Certo. Cioè, potevamo strangolarla, però. Ah, il cursore è cambiato e adesso abbiamo la mano con il pugnale.
Creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Non lo so, Neil, c'è qualcosa che non torna. Secondo me non è del tutto un essere umano, credo.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Anche perché come fa a portare la fine del mondo?
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Sono qui. Salve, sono qui solo per una visita. Sono qui per ucciderti, credo. Proseguo giù per le scale in silenzio, chat, perché noi abbiamo un compito. Cioè, ci hanno detto: entra, uccidi la principessa, salva il mondo. Cioè, è semplice. Cioè, è inutile che...
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Cosa? Assolutamente no. Come puoi pensare una cosa del genere? Va bene, sì, mi hai scoperto, sono qui per ammazzarti. No, no, no. Non l'ho ancora deciso, sono qui solo per parlare. Fatti coraggio e avanza. Vai chat, è il nostro compito. Semplice, pulito. Si va, si sgozza, fine.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Chat, ci sta minacciando. Chat, ci sta minacciando, non va bene.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ciao Ciffo. Ciao Sciata. E se non fosse un bluff? E se ci uccidesse? Sicuro? Sei sicuro che non abbia armi? Mi spiace, possiamo parlare, basta. Non ho intenzione di mollare la lama. Fai cadere. Ammazza la principessa. Ammazza la principessa.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Oops. Oh, oops.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Salvate il mondo, chat! Non ne sono sicuro, la sensazione che abbia qualche asso nella manica.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Dai Leo Ciffo, siete troppo letterali. Controllo il battito.
You lean down and place your hand against her neck, holding your breath as you search for a pulse, even though you know you're not going to find one. We definitely won't if you keep talking. I'm sorry, do you want her to be alive? You just saved the entire world from annihilation. Why are you suddenly trying to call that into question?
Sapete che mi ricordano molto questi dialoghi? Stanley Parable. Lo sapevo!
What was that?
Lo sapevo, chat!
You know what that was. That was the sound of a heartbeat, followed by another, and another.
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy. Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
Ecco, lo sapevo, chat.
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
Però abbiamo salvato il mondo.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you. For whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ah.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her. If you don't...
Ok. Ho un terribile déjà vu. Aspetta, ma non è già successo? Ecco, no. Ma sono morto, che cosa ci faccio qui? Mi ucciderà di nuovo! Ma ho già ammazzato la principessa. Certo, pure lei mi ha ucciso, ma l'ho finita di certo. Perché sono di nuovo qui? Ma voltati e va via! Mi volto e vado via, chat! Cioè, fermo sul sentiero che conduce alla capanna della principessa, fa no, e se ne va.
And away we go. Good call. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Va bene, d'accordo, se proprio insistete andrò in quella capanna e ammazzerò la principessa. E va bene, raggiungerò la capanna e parlerò con la principessa. Forse l'ammazzerò, forse no, si vedrà. Menti, sì, so esattamente dove sto andando. So esattamente dove sto andando, chat. Non ho bisogno di indicazioni.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's
Ma...
strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. Convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Jim, ma bentornato nel Malamondo, 65 mesi, grazie mille della sub, gentilissimo. Grazie mille del continuo supporto, ragazzi. È proprio come Stelli, Cif, esatto. Voltati di nuovo e allontanati di nuovo.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Ok, chat, c'è qualcosa di strano, no? Non possiamo scappare, c'è solo questa dannata collina.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we?
Ciao, Mace.
That son of a bitch flipped over the table, didn't he?
Scusate, chat, qui tra motoseghe, cani e via dicendo. Il mondo attorno a te si è disfatto, la sua materia fisica sostituita da un nulla intrecciato, regna la quiete. Ops! Senti un rimbombo in lontananza, un suono frutto di molti suoni. Le sue onde pulsano più forti e qualcos'altro si avvicina. Svariati appendici sondano il tessuto della realtà, le loro propagini trovano la tua coscienza e si avvolgono attorno. Non sei più solo. Resistenza, dita artigliate si trascinano contro la superficie vitrea della tua anima. Frustrazione, questo ricettacolo contiene te stesso, ho bisogno di qualcosa di vuoto in cui insinuarmi, ho bisogno di qualcosa che possieda la mia forma. Questo è un incubo, svegliati! Non lo è. Ma...
You're on a path in the
No!
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Andata bene, puoi saltare un dialogo a cui hai già assistito premendo tasto... Ah, ok. Perfetto. Allora, uccidiamola e andiamocene, chat.
You make your way.
Uccidiamola e andiamocene.
The interior of the cabin is almost in
Sappiamo già cosa fare, chat.
from the table. It'd be rather difficult. The door to the basement. Good. You're still listening.
Silenziosi, senza parlare, non gli diamo corda, chat.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Ma siamo un assassino, Zane.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Ciao, Kisa!
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough.
Allora,
to
noi
use
sappiamo
it.
che anche lei ha un coltello, chat.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ammazza la principessa!
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Sì, sì, è sufficiente.
It's like she's convinced she can't.
È sufficiente, chat.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Certo che... Ah! Non vi fa scegliere le altre, chat. Non le posso scegliere. Posso scegliere solo certo che sì, è morta.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Ma no, abbiamo salvato il mondo.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Andiamo via.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Ma lei non è una cheerleader, Leo. Lei è una principessa.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Ma non saremo felici in una cabina nel nulla. Speravo di ottenere un finale migliore come ricompensa per aver salvato il mondo.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
Bella!
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Ma non è vero!
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Non hai sentito il narratore? Sono felice, siamo felici! Assolutamente no. Hai qualche idea su come uscire da questo posto? Certo che sì, mi piace questo posto. No, assolutamente no. Hai qualche idea su come uscire da questo posto?
I do, but you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Cioè, ci possiamo uccidere?
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Usare la lama ci ucciderà, moriremo, no?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Ma non siamo felici dentro una cavolo di cascina sospesa nel nulla. Spero che tu abbia ragione. Se dovessimo morire davvero ci rimarrei piuttosto male. Non rischierò di morire solo per dar retta a una sensazione. Qualsiasi cosa pur di fuggire da questo inferno, non interno, anche se stiamo all'interno. Hai ragione, non mi piaceva quell'idea. Resterò qui a non fare niente ancora per un po'. Dai, spero che tu abbia ragione. Se dovessimo morire davvero ci rimarrei piuttosto male.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Ma come lo spettro? Ma è cambiato il capitolo 2.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, bastardo, ora se ne guai. Conosco i tuoi trucchi.
My Tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Voce del cinico è stupenda.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Mettiamo che io stia dicendo la verità e che tutto questo sia già accaduto per davvero. Perché dovrei starti a sentire? Perché dovrei provarci?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too. Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Sì, ma perché ritorniamo?
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Questa è una bella domanda. Siamo tornati indietro nel tempo o abbiamo cambiato realtà in cui siamo finiti in un'altra in cui dobbiamo uccidere sempre la principessa?
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left? It doesn't matter because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying.
Ciao Big! Beh, perché effettivamente la principessa potrebbe essere differente, cioè potrebbe esserci una realtà Leo dove effettivamente lei non lo so. Non so neanche se è malvagia.
Just stay focused, will you?
No, non lo sappiamo, chat. Senti, riuccidiamo la chat. Anzi, andiamocene via. E proviamo ad abbracciare il caos.
Oh, do you think there's something else out there? All right, let's see what we can find. It's bound to be more interesting than doing the same thing over again. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Allora, ciò che conta è dove non sto andando. Parlo della capanna, lì non ci vado. In realtà a me sta bene che il mondo finisca. Sarà l'alba di una nuova era senza di noi. Penso che andrò nella direzione opposta. Allontanati in silenzio in direzione opposta alla capanna. No, ciò che conta è dove non sto andando.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
E ci riporta.
It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Voltati di nuovo e allontanati di nuovo.
Really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job,
Ok, adesso arrivano le manine, chat. Ah, questo è diverso però. Ciò che dimora negli spazi del vuoto si contrae di nuovo ai limiti della tua mente, infuriata. Tradimento, ogni porta che mi chiudi in faccia è una porta che chiudi in faccia a te stesso. Vuoi restare qui legato per sempre a una creatura che hai imparato a odiare. L'eternità non ha fine. Freddo livore, la nostra infinità si restringe. Ti odio, ti odio, ti odio, ti odio, ti odio. Ok.
You're on a path in the woods.
Chat!
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the you're here to
Ah. Mi volto e vado via.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around? Somehow I doubt that, but I suppose you just could. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Ma non ci voglio più. Non starò più ai loro giochi.
Really keep.
Meglio, magari questi tutti meritano di morire, così imparano a gettarmi in mezzo a un bosco e chiedermi di uccidere qualcuno per conto loro. Con me non funziona il ricatto emotivo.
Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that?
No!
Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Ah, quindi non posso oppormi, devo entrare per forza dentro quella capanna? Ah sì, allora vuol dire che andrò in un'altra direzione, di nuovo, anzi camminerò in mezzo alla vegetazione finché non troverò un modo per allontanarmi da questo posto.
Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Datemi un secondo, chat, scusate. Rieccomi, chat, in questi giorni c'è un macello di fuori allucinante.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Aha!
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Chat, ci sono tante capanne, quindi tante principesse.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies. You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Ok, chat.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
C'è qualcosa di strano, ma questo fondale qua giù c'è sempre stato? Ecco, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
C'è anche la voce del Bastian contrario adesso, chat.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't
allora,
never going
chat.
to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Beh, infatti, quelle mura non c'erano, non erano qui l'ultima volta. Non puoi obbligarmi ad andare alla capanna.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have
Non c'erano.
It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Chat, non possiamo più uscire dalla foresta. Ci ha bloccato la possibilità di vagare all'interno del bosco. Sì, ho capito, vado alla capanna. Vedete, chat?
Before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Ciao, Evil.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Proviamo, sì, proviamo a parlare. Cioè, mi prendo comunque il coltello, chat, perché non mi fido.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Chat, abbiamo fatto qualcosa, abbiamo fatto fondere tutte le possibili capanne in una. Tutte le possibili cascine in una sola. E poi gli oggetti non sono fissati al terreno.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Effettivamente.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect.
No, io lo prendo comunque il coltello, chat.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, but when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine.
Dai, chat, ce la possiamo fare.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, We're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Non hai detto nulla dello specchio alla parete.
We should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement.
Aha!
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Andiamo a specchiare, chat. Perché dovresti mentire su una cosa simile? Che senso ha?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
C'è qualcosa che non va, chat! Avviciniamoci allo specchio.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Puliamo lo specchio.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Ah.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Prendiamo la lama, chat.
Take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
E impugna la lama nell'altro modo.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the
È cambiato anche il puntatore, chat. Lancia la lama fuori dalla finestra. In teoria non dovrebbero esserci finestre, quindi se succede la stessa cosa con lo specchio dovrebbe sbattere al muro, giusto, chat? Vi torna il discorso?
Yes, do it. Seriously. You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it.
Ok, no, le finestre c'erano, ok.
We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon. What's done is done. Good luck, hero. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
Chat!
Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odor that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his
Chat, sinistra, centro o destra? Allora, quella a sinistra è una scalinata dura, quella al centro è normale, quella a destra è morbida. Quale preferite? Preferite quella al centro? Destra? Centro? Ok. Quella dura, perfetto. Ciao Quaki! Mi fido di Bjorn. Mi fido di Bjorn.
You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like they're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you. You don't feel like there's any concern you might slip or tumble or lose your way. But the further you go, the deeper you sink in. First, it's like a lovely plush carpet, your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight.
A posto.
The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss, pretending to save you from the cruelties of choice and consequence. It's slow going, but you manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought.
Ma...
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you okay?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems... normal.
Allora, scusa, non mi ero accorto di essere qui. Come ti chiami? Scendere qua giù è stato strano. È come se mi avessero fatto a pezzi e poi mi avessero rimesso di nuovo insieme. Sai cosa mi è successo? Per quanto ne so, sei rinchiusa qua giù per un motivo. Sai perché sei qui? A quanto pare rappresenti una minaccia per il mondo. Sono stato mandato qui per ammazzarti. Allora, chat, tralasciamo scendere qua giù è stato strano perché potrebbe rivelare una nostra debolezza. Andiamo per quanto ne so sei rinchiusa qua giù per un motivo.
I don't know why I'm here, but there has to be a reason, right? You don't just lock a princess away in a place like this without a reason. I wish I knew what it was. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Chat?
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here and you need to do it now.
Bene, le possiamo uccidere tutte e due volendo, chat.
Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
No! Ti tirerò fuori di qui? Allora, è bellissimo perché sono due cose insieme, chat. Ti tirerò fuori di qui, non so cosa tu sia, ma non posso fidarmi di me, non posso fidarmi di niente qui. Rimpiangi il momento in cui hai lanciato la lama fuori dalla finestra. Oh, ok. Come ti chiami?
You can call me Princess, if you'd like. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
Ora ci sono diverse versioni di te.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best. I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. There must be something wrong with me. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
No, Jack.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? Could always start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window. I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on, you told us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Ok, scendere qua giù è stato strano, è come se mi avessero fatto a pezzi e poi mi avessero rimesso di nuovo insieme. Sai cosa mi è successo?
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. Oh, send something better to deal with me. If the stairs manage to chew you up, I will devour you.
Bene, chat.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Cosa faresti se ti facessi uscire da qui?
Are you looking for the truth? Or are you looking for the right answer? What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person? I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that. Besides, you already know what I'm going to do. If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. If that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Ok, non abbiamo altra scelta. Ti tirerò fuori di qui. Non so cosa tu sia, ma non posso fidarmi di te, non posso fidarmi di niente. Rimpiangi il momento in cui hai lanciato la lama fuori dalla finestra. Ok, vado, chat.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to perish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were
Ma abbiamo perso il narratore, chat.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Chat, abbiamo fatto una fusione di principesse.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
No, Jim, già sono legate insieme. Potrei provare con un taglierino al massimo. Andrà tutto bene, farò del mio meglio. Non credo che tu debba essere messa a posto, no. Hai distrutto tutto, non ti mettere a posto, non dire niente. Eh, andrà tutto bene? Ok, chat. Ops. Ma non sai se hai avuto possibilità di sentire la tua risposta. È svanita, rimpiazzata da qualcos'altro. Lo specchio, chat!
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Non so dove sia andata e non saprei neanche dove cominciare a cercarla. Il narratore è sparito. Sento che dovrei guardare dentro lo specchio.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
No, lo specchio è la risposta, chat.
No. Don't do that.
Lo specchio è la risposta, chat.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Non avevi avuto paura dello specchio?
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Guarda il tuo riflesso. Il silenzio aleggia mentre avanzi. Loro non ci sono più, ma lo specchio rimane. È ora che tu veda cosa si cela al suo interno. Sei tu. Lo sapevo, uno specchio. Sei solo in un luogo vuoto, qui regna la quiete. Ma non... Procedi verso la capanna. Quale capanna? Ti trovi alla capanna. Non è vero! Riconosci la presenza che abita l'involucro e l'entità che dimora negli spazi intermedi. Chat, abbiamo mischiato un po' di principesse insieme.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Tu sei quella cosa che ho trovato all'esterno del bosco, vero? Pensavo fosse un sogno. Questa è la fine del mondo? Tu conosci il narratore? Sei tu che mi hai mandato ad ammazzare la principessa? Sei tu la cosa che mi ha intrappolato qui? Conosci i mondi oltre questo luogo? Attacca l'entità, distruggi il tuo corpo! Tu sei quella cosa che ho trovato all'esterno del bosco, vero? Pensavo fosse un sogno.
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
Tu cosa sei?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Luci solitarie, in che senso?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Cosa pensi che io sia?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Il dono di un fragile ricettacolo?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Questa è la fine del mondo?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Ha ragione. Tu conosci il narratore?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Bene.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Lasciala andare, lo terrei per dopo, chat. Sei tu che mi hai mandato ad ammazzare la principessa? Sei tu la cosa che mi hai intrappolato qui?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Conosci i mondi oltre questo luogo?
I know only that they are.
Tu sei la principessa?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Ma sei sempre stata la principessa o la stai facendo diventare parte di te solo adesso?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Sì. Lasciala andare!
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Cosa succederà ora?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Allora, sono stato mandato ad ammazzare la principessa perché non distruggesse il mondo. Se io ti aiutassi, proveresti anche tu a distruggerlo? Allora, quanti altri pezzi di te devo trovare? Il problema, chat, è che non mi sembra... Non hai paura che io trovi un modo per ucciderti?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Ciao Oni! Quanti altri pezzi di te devo trovare?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
E se io non te lo lasciassi fare?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Perché tutte le scelte buone, chat, finiscono con noi che restiamo bloccati in uno spazio senza nulla all'interno per l'eternità? Sono stato mandato ad ammazzare la principessa perché non distruggesse il mondo. Se io ti aiutassi, proveresti anche tu a distruggerlo?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Ok, se la sta rigirando come gli pare. Stai tergiversando. Cosa farai se ti aiuto?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Quanto dimenticherò?
Everything. Until we meet again.
No, non voglio tornare indietro.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Aspetta per sempre?
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
No! Se crashe oppure se si è chiuso volontariamente il gioco. Vediamo, chat. Può darsi che l'abbia fatta apposta. Però sì. Anche secondo me, Harlock. Anche secondo me, Saio. Esatto.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Va bene, fammi dimenticare.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Cala il buio e muori. Ah. E rieccomi, chat. Hai mai pensato che forse l'unica ragione per cui causerà la fine del mondo è proprio perché si trova rinchiusa?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Vai.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Diego, ma bentornato nel Malamondo. 3 mesi, Diego. Tra qualche minuto un addetto del Malamondo verrà a bussare alla tua porta, gentilmente ti infilerà un cappuccio in testa e ti condurrà nel Malamondo, Diego, un luogo dal quale tu non potrai mai più scappare. Sei contento? Cappuccio.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Senti, io la libero questa volta, chat. E mi costringerà ad uccidere una principessa. Uccidere una principessa sembra un'azione malvagia, non trovi?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Hai considerato il fatto che a me potrebbe andare bene che il mondo finisca?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Riceverò una qualche ricompensa per il mio aiuto?
Yes, but but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
No, mi rende felice lasciandomi nel nulla, chat. Sai dirmi quale sarà la mia ricompensa se faccio un buon lavoro?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Ah, ok, grazie che mi dici cosa fare.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she...
Ok, allora chat, prendiamo la lama.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
E andiamo. Questa volta però non la possiamo impugnare dall'altra parte perché non abbiamo il bastian contrario.
Her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds. Don't let it fool you.
Scendiamo giù per le scale in silenzio, chat.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Sono qui solo per parlare.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Stringiamo la presa.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
Ecco.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ciao Kitsu. Non ho intenzione di mollare la lama.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Ah. Lancia un'occhiataccia alla principessa mentre stringi saldamente la lama.
Stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Lanciagli un'occhiataccia ancora peggiore.
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
Facciamo cadere la lama, chat.
The blade out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Già è abbastanza strana le reazioni. Ci stai provando con me? Come faccio a farti uscire da qui? Sono qui perché a quanto pare causerai la fine del mondo. Da fuori ci sono persone che pensano che causerai la fine del mondo. Cosa hai da dire a riguardo? Da quanto tempo sei qua giù? Sai perché sono qui per ucciderti? Vediamo se lo sa, chat.
Do you?
So cosa mi è stato detto. Il fatto che ci creda o meno è una questione totalmente diversa.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
Chat, se la rigira come gli pare. Là fuori ci sono delle persone che pensano che causerai la fine del mondo. Cosa hai da dire al riguardo?
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Ciao, Old.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Proviamo questa, chat. No, e in tutta onestà sono più propenso a credere a te che a loro.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Ammazza la principessa. A dire il vero ho cambiato idea, non mi fido di te. Prima di decidere cosa fare ho ancora qualche domanda.
Fine. What do you want to know?
Come ti chiami?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Da quanto tempo sei qua giù?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out.
Relazione, ci stai provando con me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Come faccio a farti uscire da qui?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Ah.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
È la soluzione di Zane.
She is. I'm sure of it.
Va bene, abbiamo parlato abbastanza.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Ti tirerò fuori di qui, esaminiamo le catene, chat.
You have to be kidding me.
Tanto, chat, la uccidiamo e finiamo imprigionati nel nulla. No, non andiamo da lei e frammentiamo il cosmo in tante realtà differenti che si fondono insieme e creiamo l'abominio principesse.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Se non c'è una chiave, hai altre idee a farti tagliare un braccio per liberarti? Dai, andiamo a controllare di sopra. Magari la chiave è ancora lì da qualche parte. In caso contrario, forse posso trovare qualcosa per liberarti.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Ehi, fatemi uscire da qui!
Shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Proviamo ad aprire la porta.
Try the door, but it's locked from the outside. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Non è vero, non sarebbe stata una cosa semplice.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
Tranne che per noi.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Salviamo la principessa, chat.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Avviciniamoci alla porta chiusa.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
No! Chat!
You bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you incredulously.
Are you serious? I don't know what came over you, but if we're doing this, I guess I'll have to kill you.
Ec.
Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one. But I don't have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
Mi arrendo.
As the blade falls from your trembling hands, the princess rears back, readying a bone-shattering haymaker. You fall to your knees, barely able to process the ringing in your ears before she hits you again. Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel bones shatter with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you.
Sì, ne avevi vista una diversa, meno, non ci ho fatto caso.
If we're lucky, the wound you manage to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she gets out.
Oh, too weak to even try fighting back. How disappointing.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess. It can't just end like this, right? I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Mi ucciderà di nuovo.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her.
Ah, adesso abbiamo l'affranto con noi, chat. Quindi abbiamo avuto il cinico, il bastian contrario. Adesso abbiamo l'affranto, ne abbiamo anche avuto un altro e non mi ricordo chi fosse. Mettiamo che io stia dicendo la verità e che tutto questo sia già accaduto per davvero. Perché dovrei starti a sentire? Perché dovrei provarci?
Very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least.
No, questo già gli avevamo chiesto, chat.
Because of course, what were we she's just, and I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs if it's the latter, do you think the people there, if she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her.
Possiamo provare a scendere senza pugnale, chat. Parliamo di questa principessa. L'ultima volta mi ha ucciso. Come evito che succeda di nuovo?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job and save the world.
Tutto quello che ha fatto l'ultima volta è stato picchiarmi a morte. Come può una persona simile causare la fine del mondo?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. We're not. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering and whatever you do, pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
E chi l'ha rinchiusa in quella cantina? E che posto è questo?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Ma io non la sto rendendo complicata, sei tu che la stai rendendo complicata. Ma se l'hanno imprigionata, perché non l'hanno anche ammazzata? Perché dovrei farlo io?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are.
Ah.
Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again.
Sei evasivo, cos'è che mi nascondi?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. The less you know about her, the better. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to say
Chat.
A warning. But she will lie.
Già
she
sappiamo
will cheat,
tutto.
And she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not
Allora chat, se no lo sapete che cosa facciamo?
I guess I don't have a say here.
Proviamo a fare un'altra cosa, chat. Proviamo a fare un'altra cosa.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade.
Ma che cosa?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
La capanna è diversa dall'ultima volta.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
No, non glielo chiedo dello specchio, perché poi mi dice che non c'è. Mi avvicino allo specchio.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
No, no, noi non siamo umani, ragazzi.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Ciao, Brunello. No, 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 non lo siamo, Zane. Saremo tipo un Lizardman.
Creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Ha!
Huh. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Come la voce tonante.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Oh.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Andiamo, chat.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
La secondiamo, chat. Assecondiamola.
The blade slips from your fingers and clatters uselessly to the floor. We didn't have to do that. And yet you did. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Pure! E inginocchiamoci. Niente, chat, oramai questa è andata così.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs.
Ec.
I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? And you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it? He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. If you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
Ok. Vediamo un po', chat. Sono al tuo servizio, concediti a lei. Solo perché sei destinata a causare la fine del mondo non vuol dire che tu debba farlo davvero. Puoi essere tutto ciò che desideri.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
E niente, chat. Cosa vorresti che facessi? Cosa hai in mente?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Ah. Se sei davvero così potente, non puoi rompere le catene da sola?
Don't be rude. Of course she can.
Ah, non credo possa.
It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worth the destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake, is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Cosa ti è successo dopo la mia morte?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps. Or a pet.
Senti, chat, al diavolo, liberiamola.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her, not when the stakes are so high, not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you, where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I
don't care what you are. You're mine.
Chat, ha ucciso il narratore!
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
E se non ci credessi, cosa succederebbe in quel caso?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart. It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever. Please, don't do this.
Spezziamo le sue catene, chat. Oramai ci stiamo, ragazzi.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Cosa succederà ora?
Nothing. And then, everything.
Ma non afferri la sua mano, e mai lo farai. È ora di andare, i ricordi riafforano.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Ah. Andrà tutto bene, promesso. Siamo già stati qui e ti sei spaventato ogni volta.
Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. I don't want to look at us.
Ci rivedremo dall'altra parte, andrà tutto bene.
Ok. If you say so, we'll trust you. A mercy.
Il silenzio aleggia mentre avanzi, le voci sono sparite di nuovo, lo specchio le fa sempre sparire, ma tu devi vedere cosa si cela al suo interno. Sei cresciuto. Ancora una volta ti trovi nella lunga quiete. Oh, è diversa, chat.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Lo sai che alla fine di tutto questo, quando avrai finito, io ti ucciderò, vero? Quando torno indietro è come se un muro invisibile mi si chiudesse intorno. Perché non posso fare le stesse cose che ho fatto prima? Cavolo, chat. Ok. Sei lo stesso essere di prima. Quanto sei cambiata?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Tutto quello che dici sembra un indovinello. Puoi darmi almeno una risposta chiara?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Che sensazione si prova a cambiare così?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Quando tutto questo finirà, sai cosa vuoi fare?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be. and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
Giustamente.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Quando torno indietro è come se un muro invisibile mi si chiudesse intorno. Perché non posso fare le stesse cose che ho fatto prima?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Sei stata più gentile con me di chiunque altro io abbia incontrato. Perché?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Cosa pensi di questo ricettacolo?
This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for an overwhelming heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
Cosa vuoi che ti porti la prossima volta?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Dunque non hai preferenze riguardo a come vorresti cambiare o crescere?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Io non voglio farti del male, ma temo che con ogni mio ritorno farò peggiorare le cose sempre di più.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Quanti altri ricettacoli devo portarti?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Lo sai che alla fine di tutto questo, quando avrai finito, io ti ucciderò, vero?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Sono pronto per tornare indietro.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Chat. Proviamo a scendere senza pugnale.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ok. Andiamo, chat.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning, before you, she will lie. We're not going to go.
Già sappiamo.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
No, senza pugnale, chat.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Sono qui per salvarti.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my
È diversa, chat. Anche il tono è diverso.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Vedo... aspetta, prima parliamo un po'.
Ok.
Come ti chiami?
Oh.
Vediamo se adesso ci dà più informazioni, chat.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
Vabbè, è un bel nome. È come far diventare nobile un cane che si chiama Barone. Che lo chiami Barone Barone o Conte Barone. O Barone Conte. Se l'hai chiamato Conte. Quindi il tuo nome è principessa?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade and slay her before it's too late.
Non so niente di te, per quanto ne so sei rinchiusa qua giù per un motivo. Se sono la prima persona che vedi dopo così tanto tempo, allora cosa hai mangiato finora? O cosa hai bevuto?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Non so niente di te, per quanto ne so sei rinchiusa qua giù per un motivo.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
Ok.
don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Senti, liberiamola. No, vediamo. Non riesco a credere che ti tengano imprigionata qua giù in questo modo. Ti tirerò fuori di qui.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Veroni. Vado a controllare sopra, magari la chiave è ancora lì da qualche parte. In caso contrario forse posso trovare qualcosa per liberarti.
Ok, I'll be here. Good luck.
Ma non lo sappiamo, Zane.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement.
Ecco, e adesso ci hanno chiuso dentro.
Your shouts and pleas. I'll repeat myself. You try the door. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you...
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Ok, chat, no, non era quello che pensavo.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Salvia... Ah, non posso scegliere di ucciderla. Salva la principessa!
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Avviciniamoci alla porta chiusa.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
C'è un avvertila, è vero. C'è un avvertila.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resisti. Vediamo se ce n'è un altro. No.
The blade. Move the blade.
Ciao, sì. Io onestamente avrei preferito il remake di Blood Omen, il primo di Legacy of Kain, che ho adorato, che oltretutto abbiamo giocato un bel po' di annetti fa durante i retro D e lo trovate su YouTube. Però sì, sono molto contento.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
No!
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew.
No!
Agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that
Ce la possiamo fare, chat!
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Andiamo. È inutile, tanto quelle le abbiamo già viste tutte.
Before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
Vediamo adesso chi c'è insieme a noi, chat.
Don't believe. If only you knew what you did to us, you villain.
Invaghito, ok.
Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love. Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Dai, chat, vediamo com'è l'interno adesso.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
No, lo specchio svanirà, come sempre.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Ci avviciniamo allo specchio.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
Tanto svanirà come sempre, chat.
This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Ok, chat, anche questa volta senza lama.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love. Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Questo è il migliore, chat.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way between you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back? You've been here before, haven't you? That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
L'ultima volta mi hai ucciso e mi hai fatto parecchio male. Perché l'hai fatto? Devo chiedertelo, hai causato la fine del mondo dopo avermi ucciso? Mi dispiace per ciò che è successo l'ultima volta, il narratore aveva preso il controllo del mio corpo, è stato estremamente ingiusto.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Vedete quanto è gentile questa versione di lei, chat?
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Cos'è successo dopo la mia morte?
You died, and now we're talking.
No. Ma prima che iniziassimo a parlare, il mondo è stato distrutto. Hai causato la fine del mondo?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Onestamente il mondo fa schifo, le persone sono una piaga e spero che tu le abbia condannate a una fine lenta e dolorosa. Questa chat, questa... No, dai. No, non voglio che il mondo finisca.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure.
L'ultima volta mi hai ucciso e mi ha fatto parecchio male. Perché l'hai fatto?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone. She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
No, non ho portato un coltello, devo tagliarti nuovo il braccio per liberarti?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists. And indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Salviamo la principessa.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
Tu cosa vuoi
Let me
fare?
guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Boh, voglio solo... Non lo so, chat. Vogliamo... Cioè, perché queste 3 domande... Cioè, voglio che tu mi dica cosa vuoi. Dovrai pur voler qualcosa. O vuoi causare la fine del mondo? Cioè, non... Voglio solo andarmene, penseremo al resto più tardi.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face.
Ma...
Clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Penso che insieme riusciremo ad aprirla.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
Prendi la lama e ammazza la principessa. No, non farlo.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you. You know, if her walking out that door is really gonna end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
E se... per essere felici abbiamo bisogno solo l'uno dell'altra. E se restassimo qui e iniziassimo una vita insieme... Basta con queste interazioni, ho già deciso, ce ne andiamo. Andiamo, chat.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin. And then you step outside. Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Oh, ok.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Questa paura è comprensibile, non per tutti sarà la fine, non per me.
Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Tanto già sappiamo, chat. Chat, siamo avvizziti!
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Tu non puoi essere una contraddizione non può esistere.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
Come fai a sopportare il fatto di essere una contraddizione?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Non importa quante volte torno indietro, uno di noi fa sempre del male all'altro. Non ti cambia questa cosa? Non ti rende peggiore?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Restiamo in silenzio, chat.
You are what brings me meaning. Know that the pain of your journey will subside in due time. But you still have a ways to go before we are done.
Cosa ne pensi di questo ricettacolo?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you. and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Tu sai cosa succede ai mondi che ci lasciamo alle spalle?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Hai capito cosa vorrai quando avremo finito?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Ancora non ti importa di cosa ti porterò la prossima volta?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Dunque non hai preferenze riguardo a come vorresti cambiare o crescere?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
Ho ancora intenzione di ucciderti quando avremo finito.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
Quanti altri ricettacoli devo portarti?
We will know when we near our destination.
Sono pronta a tornare indietro.
When it is time for us to meet again.
Ah. E adesso, chat.
You're on a path in the woods.
Ah.
You make your...
Che cosa... Vediamo se riusciamo a fare una cosa a metà, chat. Prendiamo la lama e entriamo.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Se facciamo solo salve.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Niente, quando prendi il coltello.
You walk down the stairs.
Lei diventa arrogante, chat, se scendiamo col coltello.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Non l'ho ancora deciso.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reason. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can.
Già l'abbiamo fatta. Stringiamo la presa, chat.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Mi dispiace, possiamo parlare e basta?
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
Non ho intenzione di mollare la lama.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Benissimo, mi sa che siamo in una situazione di stallo.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something.
Sei sicura di non voler parlare?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
Allora, sì. Proviamo a farla cadere, chat, vediamo.
The blade tumbles out of your trip.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Poi al massimo la riuccidiamo.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Già, è abbastanza strano.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Ho le mie ragioni. Pensi davvero che verrei qui ad uccidere qualcuno senza nemmeno sapere il perché? Sarebbe ridicolo. Ho ricevuto delle informazioni ma non so a cosa credere.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Come ti chiami?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
No, questa era la stessa cosa.
Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust
Però
her.
questa volta possiamo provare a salvarla, chat. Non so se... Da quanto tempo sei qua giù?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics.
Cioè, l'altra volta... Proviamoci, Saio. Sai perché sono qui per ucciderti?
Do you?
Restiamo in silenzio.
I see. The silent treatment. You know, if you don't share with me, well, I'm not going to share with you.
Come faccio a farti uscire da qui?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Ti lascerò con giù almeno per un po'. Possiamo conoscerci meglio mentre decido cosa fare.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
Chat! Ci sta minacciando!
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Ho deciso, la rinchiuderò nella cantina.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
No, ci atteniamo al piano e la rinchiudiamo qua giù.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Chat!
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. But it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Quindi era tutta una recita, vero? Non sei davvero innocente o innocua, non sei nemmeno una principessa, sei un mostro.
I can be innocent and harmless if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Ops, chat.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chat!
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Vediamo che altra personalità c'è con noi, chat.
That cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ho un terribile déjà vu.
A terrible sense of déjà vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
Il paranoico.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met.
No, questo è molto di più di un déjà vu. Sono abbastanza sicuro che tutto questo sia già successo.
Back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Ok.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Ok. Vediamo com'è all'interno, chat.
The interior of the cabin is plain. The smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Allora, chat, io lo prenderei il pugnale.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already got out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Dai, chat, ce la possiamo fare. Proviamo, chat. Lo facciamo sempre.
What are you talking about? You reach forward.
Niente.
Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Ok.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Vai.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back.
We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
Quanto sarà difficile lanciare un coltello?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
Non ci serve un piano, la ucciderò e basta. Il signor narratore sembra pensare che io possa farcela. Non so perché voi altri siete così pessimisti al momento. Possiamo anche fare un passo nel vuoto che separa gli scalini, chat, ma non...
Finally, a voice of reason. The rest of you should take notes. You know why I'm being a pessimist. I'm just asking questions. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Vediamo com'è lei.
As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. I'm going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Chat, sinistra, destra, restiamo fermi o torniamo indietro? Che preferite? Sein vuole restare ferma. Così ci trova Sein se restiamo fermi. Fingi di morto. Mi fido di Jim. Mi fido di Jim. Sinistra, anche Magilla dice sinistra. Sinistra.
You turn to the left.
Esatto, lampada.
A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
Ah, chat!
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if
No.
every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart, lungs. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function? Or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
Dai, dai, personalità paranoica, riportaci in vita.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want? Or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. Again, Your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Heart, lungs, liver.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Lungs, liver.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why?
Non ne ha bisogno, stiamo morendo comunque.
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Perché non mi finisci?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to.
Heart, lungs,
Ah.
nerves, heart.
E anche se volessi non devo.
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
Lungs,
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Shit, make her stop. Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
One moment, and then you're gone. Just like that.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs,
Ah,
liver,
and there's the fear.
liver, nerves. She pulls away. Lungs, liver, nerves,
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Cos'è successo dopo che mi hai ucciso l'ultima volta?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
Liver, nerves,
I don't think I can move without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Se ti servo vivo, perché mi hai minacciato sulle scale? Perché non hai fatto la gentile?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
Uh...
And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me.
Scusate chat. Colpo di tosse. Perdono. Non ho fatto in tempo a mutare.
You seem miserable.
Se vuoi una collaborazione potresti almeno smettere di mandarmi fuori non so gli organi.
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Ma... No, di solito mi... tossisce pure male, sì, di solito faccio a tempo a mutarmi, Velcos, mi è stato proprio improvviso. E se mi rifiutassi di aiutarti a uscire, cosa succederebbe in quel caso?
We're stuck down here together. Until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear. No! Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Or until your heart finally gives out.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end until you let me out. And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
Tu sei pazza, lo sai questo, vero?
Like I said, I am what I am. And right now, I'm in control.
She raises one long gloved finger, its tip hovering just over your skin, seeming to enjoy the lingering threat. But she withdraws, sparing you another momentary glimpse of death.
Sì, Bjorn, è fighissimo. Non intendo fare nulla, non ti aiuterò a fuggire e nemmeno proverò a ucciderti, quindi fai pure del tuo peggio. Getta via la lama e resta con il tuo incubo. Scappa, ammazza la principessa. Ah. No, non gliela do la soddisfazione, chat, non gliela voglio dare. Non intendo far nulla, non ti aiuterò a fuggire e nemmeno proverò ad ucciderti, quindi fai pure del tuo peggio. Ciao Marco, non gliela voglio dare la soddisfazione, chat. No.
Are you serious? You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission. Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best.
You poor, deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment, gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out!
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out!
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out!
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
No, chat!
Oops, I think I broke you.
S'è rotto il narratore!
I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Ma...
You're on a path in the...
Shit. What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
There was a princess, I think. It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember. You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you? I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left. We have to let her out. No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that. Yeah, we're supposed to let her out.
Adesso c'è anche l'opportunista.
If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything. No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think.
C'è anche il caparbio, chat. Quanti ne abbiamo nella nostra testa ora?
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
C'è anche il braccato.
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything. We love her, so we have to set her free. Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love. Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us. This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
Credo che si sbaglino tutti. È una bella domanda. Quante volte siete stati qui voi altri? Mi sento come frammentato. Non so se posso farcela. Non so se posso ammazzarla. L'unica soluzione è non fare niente. Quindi non farò niente. Credo che si sbaglino tutti, chat.
Of course we're wrong. She's the only thing that's right. Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
Tornando alla sua domanda di prima, voi altri quante volte siete stati qui?
Many times. It feels like we've been here forever, but it also feels like we've barely been here at all. It doesn't matter. Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
Esatto. Ma non ha alcun senso. Prima di questa io ricordo di essere stato qui solo altre 2 volte. Alcuni di voi sembrano non ricordare affatto di esserci stati. Tutte queste altre volte c'ero anch'io. Oppure era qualcun altro a prendere le decisioni.
What does here even mean if you really think about it? Shut up. You were here. Every single time. You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged. You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
Se non ho ricordo di quello che ho fatto, allora non posso essere stato io a farlo.
Don't think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to slay her. Maybe you're shattered in your own way. Are you your memories? Or are you the one perceiving the present moment? Ugh, here you go philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere. Yes, this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I? Who even cares? They're good questions, great questions even, but they don't have any answers. And they all just end in quivering torment.
È vero. Portano sempre a una fine atroce.
It doesn't matter what we do, because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us. And then she smashes us into smaller pieces. If you all just stopped feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago. Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in. Your only option is to silence them.
E se decidessimo di non andare alla capanna?
We've tried that.
È vero.
It doesn't work. Our hearts always brought us back to her. The deck is stacked. So many paths, and they're all circles.
Tu riesci a dare un senso a quello che dicono?
There's nothing worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
L'invaghito è il migliore, Bjorn, concordo.
And yet you aren't.
Anche il paranoico mi piace molto.
And you stay the same. Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
Mi sento come frammentato, non so se posso farcela, non so se posso ammazzarla.
I don't care how you feel. You have to slay her. You have to pull yourself together. You have to snap out of it. You're lucky you haven't been stuck here like the rest of them. There's no other way to keep going. You either need to forget or you need to stop feeling much of anything. They can't do either. He's not wrong. He's the only smart one left, if you ask me. He's worse than her.
Procediamo verso la capanna, chat.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill.
C'è solo lo specchio, chat.
No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there. Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it. He always lies. And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do. She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
E che male c'è se li lascia esprimere? E se servisse ad aiutarli? E se avessero bisogno di essere ascoltati?
They've been hurt too much. It's why they are the way they are. Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving. Or you could just give up.
Avviciniamoci allo specchio.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin. The cabin that isn't there. You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces. She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free. It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
Procediamo, chat.
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see? We're one step closer to her. The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure they're in. Wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
Oh, prendi la lama, è l'unica maniera per andare avanti. Le hai già provate tutte, non ricordi? Devi prendere la lama. Oh.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth.
Chat, questo gioco è fighissimo.
You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. is very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread. It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
Closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my will and let me out. It'll be so much fun, you and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me, but you'll get to be there too. A witness. I can even make you a little cage if you want, gilded and everything. Now don't pose, don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need, and you lost your power so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
Sei solo un oggetto, uno strumento. Una volta eri qualcos'altro, molto tempo fa. Ma quel qualcosa eri tu o si tratta solo di un ricordo sbiadito e logorato? Non può esserci un altro epilogo. Afferrala nella mano e liberala. No, chat! Niente, chat.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
La principessa esausta si accascia.
Why is it so cold?
Non è il tempo di rispondere e mai l'avrai. È ora di andare. I ricordi riaffiorano.
Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Finally, we can smash it. Oh, will you stop with the smashing?
Chissà come sarà il nostro riflesso questa volta, chat.
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves. Yeah. I think I'd like that. Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Avanzi ancora una volta verso lo specchio, i suoi segreti rimangono nascosti, i suoi misteri irrisolti.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end.
Ben, ma grazie mille del raid, gentilissimo. Ragazzi, ve lo ricordo come sempre, se non l'avete ancora fatto andate a lasciare un bellissimo follow a Ben e andateci subitissimo, mi raccomando. Grazie Big. Ciao Luna, ciao Hawk.
I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep. I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here.
Ciao Lena, ciao Ben.
Boys, it's been an honor.
Vai, vediamo come siamo ridotti, chat. Il silenzio aleggia mentre avanzi, le voci sono sparite di nuovo. Lo specchio le fa sempre sparire, ma tu devi vedere cosa si cela al suo interno. Ti sei disfatto. Ancora una volta ti ritrovi nella lunga quiete. Ti ritrovi alla capanna, no, non proprio.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
È una domanda retorica? Tu lo sai? Vuoi dirmelo per caso?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me. Short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Ci sono alberi e stelle, tante persone, credo. O almeno dovrebbero essercene. Da fuori c'è qualcosa di reale o pensi che niente lo sia? Pensi che noi siamo reali? Ah...
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Là fuori c'è qualcosa di reale.
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Cosa ne pensi di questo ricettacolo?
This one is a waiting maw, an inevitable destination where all roads end. She will make for a wise heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Sai cosa succederà quando ti sveglierai?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Quando mi rimandi indietro non sono solo, ci sono delle voci che mi parlano, alcune sono me, ma una di loro è qualcos'altro. Io lo chiamo il narratore e lui vuole che io ti uccida. Tu ce l'hai un narratore, i ricettacoli ne hanno mai avuto uno?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Sì, e quando lo troverò io e te avremo finalmente delle risposte.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Quanti altri ricettacoli devo portarti?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough.
Oh!
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Ne manca uno solo, chat. Se questa è l'ultima volta, c'è qualcosa che vuoi che ti porti?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Se questa è l'ultima fase prima del tuo completamento, allora non voglio tornare indietro. Resto qui.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Non vi è nessuno a aspettare per sempre? Sono pronto per tornare indietro.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Però adesso non so come quale altro finale fare, chat.
Waiting for you.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Scendiamo senza coltello e la uccidiamo senza coltello?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Che dite?
You make your way up the short path.
Mi sembra l'unica cosa che non abbiamo ancora fatto.
The interior of the cabin. The door to the base, her voice soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
Don't let it fool you.
Sono qui per salvarti.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake. Don't even try it.
Vedo cosa posso fare.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Mi sa che devo scegliere l'altro di parlare.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. Is someone else here? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of, it's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Vai, chat, la uccidiamo.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your blade cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
Mac, ma bentornato nel Malamondo, 7 mesi, grazie mille del continuo supporto, gentilissimo.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Ammazza la principessa!
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
Porta a termine la missione.
You steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can still make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised. Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job. You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you. The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons. And then you stop. Neither you nor princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground, and the princess collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you. You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
La strega, chat.
You're on a path in the woods.
Chissà che personalità ci sarà con noi questa volta.
And you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Sentiamo un po'.
Brilliant.
Opportunista.
Close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right?
Molto probabilmente perché abbiamo mentito e poi l'abbiamo attaccata, chat.
Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. A warning.
Vediamo come sarà all'interno, chissà.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry, you can trust us to get the job done. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor...
Ops.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Vediamo lo specchio, tanto svanirà come sempre, chat.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin.
Come sempre, chat.
I hope you know how ridiculous.
Prendiamo il coltello.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
Ottima idea.
That's not actually a bad idea. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Non sono meschino!
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair.
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand.
Ora voglio vedere come riusciamo a uscire da questa situazione, chat.
Go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Ascolta, ho commesso un errore, tutti sbagliamo, no? Sono sicuro che è capitato anche a te. Tranquilla, Lola, non è per te, cioè non è per ucciderti, in qualche modo dovrò pur liberarti, no? Qualcosa mi dice che sei arrabbiata con me. Mi hai spaventato, capisci? Quando hai cominciato a strapparti il braccio a morsi sono andato nel panico, così ti ho pugnalata la situazione. Mi è sfuggita di mano. L'ultima volta siamo entrambi morti, ti va di metterci una pietra sopra? Ascolta, lo so che l'ultima volta la situazione è degenerata, però penso che dietro questa faccenda ci sia qualcosa più grande di noi. Tu ed io dovremmo fare squadra. Perché ho la sensazione che se ti aiutassi ne approfitteresti per pugnalarmi alle spalle? Non voglio farti del male, ma è chiaro che tra di noi c'è un problema di fiducia. Accettala come una prova delle mie buone intenzioni. Consegnale la lama. Proviamo questa, chat. Ascolta, lo so che l'ultima volta la situazione è degenerata, però penso che dietro questa faccenda ci sia qualcosa più grande di noi.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Mi spiace per l'ultima volta.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Qualcosa mi dice che sei arrabbiata con me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
L'ultima volta siamo morti entrambi. Ti va di metterci una pietra sopra?
You were the one who stabbed me in the back when I was still in chains. A dirty little thing like you doesn't get to decide when all is
Ah, è che non ha tutti i torti, chat. Senti, diamogli il pugnale, chat. Non voglio farti del male, mi è chiaro che tra di noi c'è un problema di fiducia. Accettala come una prova delle mie buone intenzioni.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. Abstain? You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
Non siamo in democrazia. Le consegniamo la lama.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
You hear a clanging of metal against the dirt floor and the chains fall from the princess's wrist.
Non era legata, chat. Si stava ingannando.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart. It's a shame we just gave her a weapon, because if I were her, I'd use it on us right now. Luckily for us, you're not her. Oh, we sure think alike, though. I can promise you that. Whatever you say next, you better make it count. She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
Ah, aspetta a te decidere, è per questo che ti ho dato la lama. L'ultima volta ho scelto io, per poi pentirmene. Ora tocca a te decidere. Siamo entrambi spaventati e feriti. Se uno di noi non prova a cambiare le cose, probabilmente... Se uno di noi non prova a cambiare le cose, probabilmente ci uccideremo per l'eternità. È questo che vuoi? Io no. Possiamo essere migliori. Sei stupenda, io voglio veramente salvarti e sento che è l'unico modo, per farlo. Sei come qualcuno che conosco, probabilmente mi ucciderai. Io direi la prima, chat.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade in
Oops.
your heart. What? No. No, come on, that's not right. I told you. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chissà se c'è un capitolo dopo. Sì! Lo sapevo, chat. Sapevo che era la scelta giusta.
You're on a path in the woods. She stabbed us. She stabbed us. Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against. But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway. I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us, though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things.
Ciao Bjorn, grazie mille di essere passato. Buona giornata a te.
You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other. Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually.
Più di due.
Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Questo posto è diverso, continua a cambiare.
Wonderful. If the woods themselves are changing, then that's all the more reason for you to take this seriously. It would mean your grip on things is slipping, which, in turn, likely means her influence is spreading. Someone's in the know. I've had enough of these annoying little secrets. If you want us to do this, you have to let us in on your game already. All of your game. I've I've already said too much. The more information you have, the more difficult your task will be. Don't listen to her, definitely don't free her, and if you can, don't even think about her.
Adesso siamo pari, sono sicuro che l'abbia capito anche lei. Ad ogni modo possiamo aspettare di raggiungere la capanna e vedere cosa ha da dire. Non hai fatto tante storie quando abbiamo detto che tutto questo è già accaduto.
What do you want me to say? It's bad that you've been here before. It's bad for you, it's bad for me, and it's especially bad for the world. The more times you run through this, the more likely it is that you'll fail. You've already failed twice. So you knew this could happen. Theoretically, sure, I knew this could happen, but I was supposed to be the first. I'd really rather not get into it. Great! Not even he really seems to get what's going on. If the guy who goes around acting like he knows all the rules doesn't even know how this works, what's the point in listening? Then we can all move on and forget what I said about failure. It's important that you believe in yourself, and the fact you're here probably means that you still have a chance to pull this off and save the world. My world, at least. Sounds like you've probably doomed a couple of others already.
Molti di più di due.
I need to stop talking. Think happy thoughts.
Io qui ho chiuso. Ciao, voltati e allontanati. Vada come vada, sembra che tutte le risposte che cerchiamo siano dentro la capanna. Arriviamo fino in fondo.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. You know what you have to do.
Però non lo prendo il pugnale, chat. A parte che non c'è.
The burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chumped with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different.
E come dovremo fare a scendere sotto? Qui l'unica cosa che vedo è uno specchio.
You're right, the mirror is back. There isn't anywhere for us to go. But there isn't a mirror. I still don't get his angle here. Seems like whatever we do, he's always going to say it isn't there. He's either a liar or he doesn't hold all the cards. But I think we already knew it had to be one of those. So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror? I promise you there isn't a mirror and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it?
Avviciniamoci allo specchio.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. It went away when we touched it last time. Not that this place always follows the same rules. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough. Figures. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
Vai.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease. At least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. I'd say this feels like a trap, but you practically said as much. Yet you still want us to keep going. They're only thorns. I'd say getting a few scratches in exchange for the lives of everyone in existence is a fair trade. I'm sure you'll manage. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? We kill each other and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
Vorrei soltanto parlare come si deve.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
Sì, sono qui per ridere di te. Cosa credevi dopo che mi hai ucciso? Pensavi che non me la sarei legata al dito? Hai creato tu stessa la prigione in cui ti trovi. Io mi sono liberato dalla nostra spirale di violenza, ma se tu vuoi lasciare che ti inghiotta, arrangiati. Non sono qui per ridere di te, sono qui per liberarti se me lo lascerai fare.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
Non sei l'unica a desiderare libertà, io sono in trappola tanto quanto te, penso che possiamo andarcene soltanto insieme.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Non c'è niente che possa dire per farti cambiare idea?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own. Careful with that one. He's not the smooth negotiator he thinks he is. But it does feel like we're stuck until we do something. If there's even anything to do besides make things worse. We're not making things worse. I think she wants to trust us.
Posso prendere la lama adesso?
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
Allunghiamo la mano verso la lama.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, She clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
I'll be damned. She really gave it to us.
It feels like it's been so long since we've held real power in our hands. I wonder what we should do with it. We free her, obviously. It's the right thing to do.
I think you're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her. Or, hear me out, slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
We've all said our piece. Now it's time to make our move.
It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count?
Because he's clearly not one of us.
That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Volevo solo che mi ridessi la lama, ora dovrai arrangiarti. Tagliamo gli eroi, chat.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while. See? We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions. Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure, we're all friends.
Ciao Marston, buon pomeriggio.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Is that really all you've got, threatening us with an accidental misstep? I expected more from you.
Our blade didn't even waver when he said that. Yeah, you're right, he's a bit of a nobody, isn't he? Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Non sono cieco? Io odio soltanto che ci ha costretti a questo.
Me too.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only
E ti pareva?
You're getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Tagliamo via i eroi.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what happens now. That's all I've wanted. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now?
E rip chat.
Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Ah, avviciniamoci allo specchio, tanto già sappiamo.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
Vediamo come siamo ridotti, chat. Non siamo nulla. Ma ciò non può essere, non puoi essere niente. Rimetti a fuoco lo sguardo e infine la vedi, una figura indistinta e celata nell'ombra, appena oltre il tuo riflesso. Tu sei me?
I think you know what I am.
Si crea una crepa al centro dello specchio che divide l'immagine in due. Poi se ne crea un'altra e un'altra ancora e un'altra ancora, finché lo specchio non si riduce a una miriade di frammenti di vetro irregolari. Quindi tu sei il narratore, mi chiedevo se ti avrei mai visto prima o poi.
Narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Tanti. E tu cosa sei? Sei simile a me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Ogni volta che faccio una domanda se ne va via. Che cos'è la principessa? Hai creato anche lei?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Stex, grazie mille del saluto gentilissimo. Perché vuoi che io distrugga il concetto di trasformazione? Come puoi essere sicuro che distruggendola non finisca soltanto per peggiorare le cose?
Of course there will be worse. I saw a glimpse of a better world and I did what I could to make it real. Anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Ah, chat, tante domande, ma non le posso far tutte. Cavolo. Fai quelle giuste, è una bella da... Perché vuoi che io distrugga il concetto di trasformazione?
Among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed.
Se la distruggo, come potrà quell'esistenza essere migliore della morte o addirittura differente da essa? Onestamente mi sembra solo peggiore.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either.
Cavolo, chat. Le persone là fuori, oltre le pareti di questa costruzione, sanno di tutto questo? Sanno cosa vuoi che io faccia loro?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Perché vuoi eliminare la morte dal mondo?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
In verità, chat, non hai nulla da dire a tua discolpa per tutta questa insolenza.
People out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
Tu sei una parte di me o sei qualcos'altro?
No, I am not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
Ultima domanda. Non ho ancora deciso cosa farò, voglio prima capire cosa ne pensa lei di questa situazione.
I've said my piece and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Mentre l'ultima scheggia di vetro va in frantumi, vedi te stesso con una rinnovata lucidità. Tu sei la lunga quiete, una divinità immensa ed emergente, ed è finalmente giunto il momento che ti risvegli. Tu sei tutto questo. Quando arrivi al cuore delle cose non c'è un ultimo ricettacolo ad attenderti, non c'è niente che tu debba trovare.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Io sono la lunga quiete, ma in realtà non so cosa significhi.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Conosci l'eco? Hai ascoltato la nostra conversazione?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
Cosa succederà ora?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Ci sono così tante storie che abbiamo lasciato in sospeso, davvero possiamo andarcene? Tu non hai ancora voce in capitolo, perché ricade tutto su di me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Parliamone, ho ancora tante domande e mi servono risposte prima di poter fare una scelta.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both. But compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Tu parli di vita e morte, cambiamento e immobilità, ma niente di tutto ciò ha a che fare con la nostra situazione.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
No, mi sa la migliore chat anche qua resta questa. Si è sempre trattato solo di noi due persone costrette a ferirsi a vicenda ripetutamente, ma non dobbiamo per forza continuare a farlo.
Your love ray drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
Può esserci amore, conflitto e bellezza e bruttezza tra di noi senza dover per forza chiamare in causa la realtà.
Black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. A dog blind to its leash. But there is no light without the dark. When I proclaimed my godhood and offered you a place at my side, you gladly became the instrument of my new creation. Only with both of us is there a future to look towards. It is hope.
Noi non siamo la realtà nella sua interezza. Perché non vuoi vedere me nel modo in cui ancora vedo te? Perché non vuoi vedermi per quello che sono? Lo scontro fra di voi si placa e la principessa si ritira, tremante.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Ciao Pranda! Tu hai fatto di tutto il possibile per farmi capire la tua prospettiva, tuttavia continui a respingere la mia. Se pensi di potermi cambiare, allora sono in grado di cambiare te. Non so quale sia la risposta, ma deve esserci pure qualcos'altro. Non può essere questo. Non ti ucciderò, però non ti libererò.
There is no something else. This, what we are, is everything.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Quale eroe sei?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Non hai idea di quanto sia bello sentirti.
Seems like you've been doing all right on your own, but she's too many things at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get past all that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Sono pronto.
Let's go. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Se non ti dispiace vorrei sentire subito quella descrizione in memoria dei vecchi tempi.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he? He mentioned the windows when we broke them. No mirror this time, either. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Siamo solo noi tre, nessun altro è riuscito a raggiungere la capanna.
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this thing.
Davvero il narratore non c'è più?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
È strano, dopo tutto quello che ci ha fatto passare, quasi mi dispiace che non ci sia più.
Me too. He was a lot of fun. Really easy to mess with. Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Entriamo nella cantina, non lo prendo il pugnale, chat.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. If that's what you think is best, then that's what you think is best. I'm just along for the ride at this point. Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together. And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
Are we missing a page?
Ah. Mm. Mm. Dunque, ora che siamo qui alla fine di tutto, puoi dirmi il tuo nome?
We're just a stranger. But that doesn't mean we have to be distant from you. It just means that we'll always be able to find new things to discover in each other.
That's sweet, but it's also a little sad. I think it's only sad if we want it to be sad.
Mm. Niente è mai stato giusto nei nostri confronti, vero?
Is it unfair if it's our fault?
Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would this moment be what it is without the pain that built to it? We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
Non ho avuto l'occasione di parlare con te prima che venissi portata via, almeno non con te. Mi dispiace per quello che ti ho fatto.
That's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. A conversation with us then probably wouldn't have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
È bellissimo poterti rivedere. Facciamole tutte, chat.
It is, for all of us. We've seen so many threads of stories told between us, but this moment is unexpected. Even when we've seen it all, you still managed to surprise us.
Non credo di voler essere un dio.
Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are, and neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
Tu sei la stessa di quando sei all'esterno?
Yes, we think. We're kind of like a shadow. Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world. But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more separate than we'd like to be. Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it? Yeah. We really are the same.
Cosa pensi di lei, di quello che lei voleva che fossimo?
We don't know. We've seen through so many eyes, but all of them have been hers. We like you as you are. We like us as we are. Maybe we would have liked her version of us too, turning the wheel of a cosmic cycle together. But that's not the choice you made, even though she did everything in her power to convince you. It took courage for you to make your way down here, away from the paths others would have had you walk. We find that courage beautiful.
But that's the worst part of us. That's me she's talking about. I think that's the point. There is no worst part of us.
Quale principessa sei? Hai lo stesso aspetto di quando ci siamo incontrati la prima volta. Questa è la vera te?
It's so tempting to speak as she would, to simply state that we're all of them, but there were also something new. We don't know if you'll find that answer satisfying. Perhaps you'd rather hear that we're the first version of her that you've met,
but that we've been shaped by the experiences of all of the others. Yes, that feels right to us.
It's her. It wouldn't make sense if she was anyone else.
E se ce ne andassimo?
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore, it's the spirit of the
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible or what that would mean for you?
Perché no?
Is that what you want?
Chat. Facciamo prendi la loro mano, chat. Non conoscere nulla è esattamente il motivo per cui lo voglio. Là fuori eravamo onniscienti, questo invece ci sfugge. Io voglio questo. Questa mi sembra la migliore, chat.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you. Yeah, I think we've done our job.
Ve la caverete da soli voi due?
We're not alone. We have each other. And I'm sure we'll find the others.
Mano nella mano, tu e la principessa vi lasciate la cantina alle spalle per l'ultima volta. Mentre salite non v'è alcun rumore, un silenzio rassicurante colma uno spazio prima invaso da violenza, parole e pensieri assordanti. Ma c'è un'energia nel silenzio, un'elettricità, l'aspettativa dell'ignoto. Una volta raggiunta la cima delle scale, la principessa esita, lo sguardo fisso sulla porta della capanna. Senti la loro mano tremare nella tua, sono insicure per la prima volta nella loro lunga e breve esistenza. Non hanno più un ruolo da svolgere, lo sanno, e tuttavia continuano ad essere. E poi attraversano la stanza fino alla porta che conduce fuori, trascinandoti con entusiasmo.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us. With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
Andiamo, chat. Apriamo. Veramente figo, chat. E chissà quante iterazioni diverse ci sono. Comunque è veramente un bel gioco. Molto inquietante. Molto Stanley Parable, chat. Molto. Però versione horror di Stanley Parable. Ah, l'apoteosi mi sa che... chissà quale altre scene potevamo... Chissà quante altre versioni di lei c'erano, chat, che non abbiamo visto. Ah, carino. Ti dà gli indizi per finire di sbloccare le cose. Vediamo un po'. Ok, no, non abbiamo salvato niente, chat. Però veramente, veramente, veramente carino. Gli spazi intermedi. Muori per mano di una prigioniera ferina, ok. Libera una prigioniera intrattabile, ok. Non hai bisogno del mondo per il tuo lieto fine. Diventa un tutt'uno con la principessa in senso letterale. Potrebbe implicare che tu venga mangiato, ma non necessariamente. La natura può uccidere in molti modi e non solo divorandoti per intero. Uccidi i tuoi sogni peggiori o sarà il fantasma del tuo passato a ucciderti. A volte quando asporti da te qualcosa di estraneo se ne va anche una parte di te. Si può resistere al divino ma è molto difficile uccidere una divinità, non c'è vergogna nella sconfitta. Angeli e demoni sono fatti dello stesso tessuto ed è meglio non respingere un essere orgoglioso. Ok, questa l'ho capita, chat. Hai bisogno di più spazio, una caverna troppo angusta non è un posto dove combattere, né tantomeno dove restare per sempre. Affronta la tua pari in combattimento. Ce ne sono tante. Veramente, veramente carino, chat. Beh, veramente mi sono divertito molto. Vabbè, mi diverto sempre, questo è vero. Chat, grazie tantissimo a tutti quanti della compagnia, grazie delle chiacchiere, siete stati gentilissimi come sempre. Io vi auguro di passare una splendida giornata. Noi ci vediamo, come al solito, domani mattina intorno alle 8. Grazie ancora a tutti ragazzi e ciao ciao!
Avventura, ridi battutona, C come chat che una freddura ti dona, di come di stare e di eremita, F come fantasia che in chat esplode.